Alright. Test 1, 2, 3. We're gonna do a little bit of light benchmarking here real quick. Audio sounds good. Let us go back to Kerbin. Uh-oh. There we go. Now let's see how the stream likes that. Test, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it likes it fine. That's good. What we're going to do is we're going to fly a little plane around the clouds, because I feel like that would be a pretty... Oh, I forgot to do this in my chat. Hold on. I feel like that would be a pretty, like, CPU taxing job, GPU taxing job, or whatever you want to call it. There we go. Let us time warp to daytime. Oh. There we go. And let's fly a plane around real quick. Because I have the stream on the highest, like, settings. And we're gonna see, you know, if it can handle this. It's been able to handle Kerbal Space Program pretty well. I've been actually surprised. But I put everything on, not the absolute lowest settings, but some low settings to play Subnautica. And I was curious, like, if I just put everything back on the highest settings, if the game would, if like the stream would work, would run well enough. So we're gonna see. Honestly, it looks great. It looks fine. Oh, let's get off the runway. Man, the volumetric clouds mod is like such a must for volumetric clouds is just such a must for, oh my god. For making this game, like, just feel absolutely incredible and gorgeous. I think we're good. Okay, let's revert this. I think the stream is looking fine. Revert to Space Plane Hangar. That'll be fine. Now, first things first. What we're doing tonight is rescuing Jebediah and Bob, who are stranded on the surface of Slate. So we need to build a lander that's capable of landing on Slate, and now that we've done it once, we kind of can use our experience to help us design a better one, and we're definitely gonna overshoot the specs. I undershot how much, like, thrust to weight ratio and delta V we needed, and we definitely didn't need quite as much as I ended up using, but we're gonna have well more than enough. But before we do that, we're going to redesign the Ares transfer vehicle. What was the last one we did? I think what we just flew... Oh, that's fine. I think what we just flew, yes, is the Ares 3. So we are going to make this a new one. Let's make this the Ares 4. Save. And we're going to do a couple of things here. First of all, we want to... Oh, of course, it's not going to... first of all, we want to do this. We want this, the probe core that we use to fly the Ares. We want that to be just a little higher so that we can access it easier. Can't tell if that's good or not. I think that's fine. I just really don't want it to, like, I don't want to get up there and then recognize. Here, we can do like that. Oh yeah, see, it's a little too low. That's probably fine. And we want, like I said, we want that probe core to be sticking out just a little bit so that it's easier to click on, a little bit easier at least. And we can scoot all these batteries out, actually. Let's do this. And that gives us a little more space to be able to access that probe core. And now, the next thing that we want to do is make each one of these 3 engines instead of just 1. We need an engine plate. Nope. We need a bigger engine plate. Okay. No. There we go. Nice. And we want this to have 3 attachment nodes. 1. 2. 3. That's going to give us a little less delta V, which will be fine because, hey Rage, how's it going? That's going to give us a little less delta V, which is fine because we had more than enough last time. And will give us a little better thrust to weight ratio so that we don't have to wait around nearly as much. So that's going to be the Ares 4. Just some slight modifications to the Ares booster. And we can go ahead and throw this up into orbit. Because it needs to be in orbit. Rage, how you doing? How was your Memorial Day? This will also be a good test of whether or not the game can handle these streaming at this high of quality. All right, here we go. Pretty good. Oh, I'm in the UK. Okay. Sorry, Rach, I just assumed. I'm in the UK, so we don't have that, but it was like record temps here. What's record temps there? I've put in like work to get a good feel of what metric system distances feel like. So like I think kilometers and meters are much preferable to miles and feet, but I have not put in the work to gauge what Celsius and Fahrenheit, like the difference there. I know that like very hot outside Celsius is 100 degrees, and then the freezing point of water is 0 degrees. Like I feel like Celsius is a better feel for like what it feels like outside right now. You know what I mean? 35 degrees. Oh, so it's cold there? Cold in May? What the heck? I guess that makes sense. Y'all are practically on top of the world. Oh man, my Kerbal Engineer isn't installed. Crap. We're gonna have to quit the game and load again, because I'm not about to play this without Kerbal Engineer, I don't think. Oh, 35 degrees. Oh, see, I thought 35 degrees Celsius was 35 degrees Fahrenheit. 35 degrees Celsius isn't like 100 degrees Celsius basically like 70 degrees Fahrenheit? I can't remember. What is 35 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? I'm really showing my Amera brain, sorry. Like I said, I have a good feel for distance, but not weight or temperature. 35 degrees Celsius is 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, I had that completely wrong. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot for the UK for sure. That feels like, you know, a pretty typical warm day. I live in Texas in the US, and so that's a pretty typical warm day for us. It gets up to like 100 and 110 here, but we have air conditioning and our homes are made to have air conditioning and heating. I feel like that's always something that people don't factor in whenever they're like, oh, you know, people in the UK, they're so sensitive to heat. Yeah, well, their homes are built for freezing temperatures for most of the year. Imagine going through a 95-degree day with no AC and with wicked insulation in your house. Okay, we're boosting a little bit too fast here. A little bit too shallow. Slightly inefficient gravity turn. That's gonna be fine. Probably. What just happened? Oh, wait. There we go. That will slow us down just a little bit, which is probably for the best. Oh yeah, that apoapsis is coming up on us pretty quick though. We're just gonna tilt up a little bit here, just so that apoapsis gets further away from us faster. Oh, yep, no, not that much. This is a pretty atrocious ascent, but that's fine. 42, please. I wish I had Kerbal Engineer. After we get this in orbit, we're going to have to reboot the game and install it. There we go, 42. Get on up. Get on up. I wanted to experiment with this like camera mod that lets you control your camera. And I didn't recognize whenever I went to go install it that it like wanted to uninstall all of my other mods basically. So I accidentally uninstalled all of my mods and had to, you know, put them all back. But there are a couple that I forgot. like Kerbal Engineer, obviously. And I forgot to install free IVA. Is Kerbal Engineer, the Delta V, etc. readouts at the top of the screen? It is. And the most important thing, especially for a sense, that Kerbal Engineer gives you is time to apoapsis. I really need that number a lot. Because time to apoapsis will tell me, like, how close I am to my apoapsis, but also, like, importantly, whether or not that apoapsis is getting further away from me or closer away to me. Closer to me, not away to me. So I have to, like, be out here on the map screen and look at it here. It also tells me what my apoapsis is without having to be in the map screen as well. Uh-oh. Are we in trouble, actually? Oh no, we have a whole nother stage here. We're good. I was about to say, I was like, I thought I remembered this having, like, stupid amounts of Delta V. We did have a pretty dang inefficient ascent. Because we're almost in orbit at 60 kilometers. And we're going to go ahead and put this in a parking orbit at 100 kilometers up. Nice round number. Okay, yeah, we really did not need to be horizontal so quickly. And 100. Excellent. Speaking of ascents, did you see the Starship launch? I did not watch the whole Starship launch, but I have seen clips of it. And I don't know, I mean, it's a Starship launch, so everything exploded. Artemis 3 really, I feel like, is turning out to be... I think the whole inception behind Artemis 3 was kind of seeing who can have their moonlander ready fastest. And it really is shaping up to be like Blue Origin is gonna be the lander that goes on Artemis 4, and not Starship. I think Starship 3, I mean Artemis 3, like I said, is very much turning into like a new space race between Boeing and SpaceX. Okay, come on now. Just get me out of the atmosphere. And SpaceX is... I don't know about losing, because like Boeing is pretty far behind Starship at its current point in development. New Glenn, I mean, has done well, but still has not really completed the same kind of benchmarks that Starship has. And their lander like hasn't even seen space yet. And am I mistaken? Was this the first Starship to re-enter the atmosphere intact and like get to basically the ground intact? Or didn't another one do that earlier? Like, I don't think that this one really demonstrated any kind of major improvement at all. But I do know that they like pretty significantly changed up what the engines look like underneath. And apparently that sucked because they exploded. Yeah, I was hoping for some HLS info from the launch stream. I think another one did do that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it just didn't. I have not been. I've been kind of busy, one, with election stuff, and then two, have not been terribly incentivized to go in and check out what's going on with it, because it feels like it really just didn't do anything terribly new or interesting. Alright, let's circularize this orbit. And then, for the love of God, install Kerbal Engineer. And then we need to build... hello? Why? What are you freaking out about? Why are you freaking out? Why are you freaking out? Oh. Close enough. Why are you freaking out? Oh. Alright. I needed that gimbal to be less than that. Okay. And we will definitely use that 200 meters per second of delta V. That will be useful. Oh, and let's extend... Oh, I don't think this has an antenna that we need to extend. I think we're fine, actually. Okay. Undoubtedly cool, though, is they deployed a dummy sat with a camera to look back at the ship. I did see that angle. That was interesting. But that's what I'm saying, man. Like SpaceX, I think it's like this year that they're talking about doing their IPO. And SpaceX just feels like their entire mission in life is to build hype for their company, not actually to accomplish anything. At the very least, where Starship is concerned. Okay, let's quit to the main menu and quit the game. And we are going to go open CCAN and install Kerbal Engineer real quick. Come on. It's going to take us a hot minute, because it always takes a hot minute to load the game. LOL, yeah, I could see that. You know what I mean? Like it's annoying that their priority is getting really great angles of their ship in orbit and not actually getting their ship back to the ground. And Starship is a phenomenally complicated system. Like, I don't think people recognize that no space system has ever successfully accomplished fuel transfer between two separate craft. And Starship's entire design entirely relies upon being able to transfer fuel between crafts. Like Starship will not make it to the moon. It'll barely make it out of low Earth orbit. It'll barely be able to make it into low Earth orbit and do anything at all without having another Starship come up and refuel with it. And they have yet to even get Starships into space, much less dock them with one another and test fuel transfer. If it takes them as long to figure out fuel transfer as it did for them to figure out how to launch Starship, which I guess probably wouldn't take that long because that seems easier. Although, like I said, it's never been done before. If it takes them as long, then they're not going to have Starship ready to go for until 2040. All right. Kerbal Engineer should be installed. Now let's open KSP. Did I lose your rage? So I don't know. I mean, it's interesting, but New Glenn feels more. I need to go and read up more on New Glenn. I didn't recognize. Okay, good. I didn't recognize that New Glenn is actually more interesting to me. I thought that New Glenn was supposed to be Blue Origin's analog for Starship, but it's not. It's actually like in between. Like you have Falcon and Falcon Heavy, and then New Glenn launches more than like Falcon and Falcon Heavy do, but not as much as Starship. So it's a great like in between size. It's like a Falcon 9 but bigger. Yeah, it's like a good in between size that captures an interesting segment of the market. Like if you don't feel like paying for a Starship, should Starship ever accomplish what they're doing? If you don't feel like paying for a Starship, you can pay for a New Glenn. And the only real like footage I've seen of a New Glenn launch and landing was that one, this most recent one, where I think they lost the booster, or maybe they did, maybe they got it up and landed the booster, but the payload was in the wrong orbit, and so it re-entered. I can't remember. I know that the last one, some stuff messed up with it. But that's kind of more interesting to me now, just because I'm bored of watching Starship explode. Like, Starship is cool. It's huge. And it is a really compelling and interesting system. But it's been 6 years now, something like that. You gotta progress somehow. There was a tiny engine problem. Oh. Whenever they were sending, if I remember correctly, they had to then dogleg their orbit to like move it over, and they got up. But once they got up there, they couldn't like relight the engine or something like that successfully to adjust to make their second orbital maneuver downrange. But still, I mean, like getting up to orbit, getting something up there to orbit, even if they didn't get it in the right orbit, and then getting New Glenn back down and landing it is impressive. And I think that's like the third New Glenn that they've landed successfully, something like that. Like I said, I need to go and look up more about New Glenn, because they definitely seem like I said, they are. Artemis 3 is shaping up to be a race between Blue Origin and SpaceX, and Blue Origin seems to be winning this one. They have their lander like put together and ready to like go. If I understand correctly, or it's like very close to being that. So I would be very intrigued to see them put it into orbit. And hopefully we get to see it in orbit at least once before Artemis 3. New Glenn is really coming together for sure in terms of Flight Rate 2. Yeah, that's exciting. But I am less excited by the fact that we're like betting on and watching a race, getting excited about a race between like one billionaire and another billionaire. It really is just the Gilded Age all over again. I don't know if the UK had the same kind of Gilded Age that we had whenever we blew up your whole economy by crashing the New York Stock Exchange. Kind of. Okay, so let's double check that Ares 4 is in orbit. Just in case something crazy happened. Yes, thank you. Kerbal Engineer is now installed. Hello? Oh, I'm glad we checked, because it's not. What the heck? Lord. What? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yes, it is. We're good. We're good. We're good. Ares 4 is in orbit. So now let's design the lander that's going to save Jeb. A critically acclaimed HBO historical drama series? I don't know what that is. The Gilded Age was a period of American history where billionaires ran rampant and owned everything. And you had, I mean, it was truly like a global phenomenon, but in America we call it the Gilded Age. Because you had billionaires, run rampant. They owned everything. Like the railroads, very much. Building railroads across the continental United States very much was like a big deal. The same way that internet technology companies today are using the internet to radically reshape the way that our lives and reality look. So too, back then, was the railroad kind of accomplish a similar feat. And the billionaires who owned those railroads, like, not just those railroads, but oil as well. Like, oil was a huge deal. Like Rockefeller and Stanford and all the other ones. There's a bunch of them. Those were basically the Elon Musks and the Jeff Bezoses of the late 1800s. And because and they did all kind of things to like harm worker protections. Wow, are we really gonna have that on the moon for real? For sure. They did all kind of things to damage workers' rights and stuff. And so you had a huge labor movement in the late 1800s. It's part of why you have like socialist revolutions all over the world after and during World War One. Is because, like I said, it truly was a global phenomenon where the Industrial Revolution had like reached its peak by the 1800s, and new technologies like railroads and oil were radically increasing how much workers were being exploited. And so you had socialist revolutions all over the world. Labor Day, y'all celebrate, not Labor Day, May Day. Y'all celebrate May Day more in the UK than we do here in the United States. But May Day is very much a celebration of like action that was taken by workers during the Gilded Age, the late 1800s, whenever billionaires just owned everything and were radically attacking workers' rights. You had, child labor and 16-hour days, 7-day work weeks, and workers fought back and protested, died. Like billionaires hired a private military, like and police agencies, like the Pinkertons from Red Dead Redemption, but also just like bought out local police departments. And billionaires actively like killed like hundreds of workers, hundreds to thousands of workers who were fighting for their rights. And so people fought and bled and died for the rights that we have today of the 8-hour work week, the 8-hour work day, the 5-day work week, the right for holiday, the right for sick leave, the right for family leave, all that kind of stuff nobody had until people fought for it during the Gilded Age. But those billionaires, they blew up the entire economy because all you guys in the UK had to deal with World War One, which was itself people like the UK and France and other established countries trying to make sure that the new up-and-comer Germany didn't gain a huge sway over the global economic system as they were increasingly industrializing and becoming more and more powerful. And so you had World War One that was fought to kind of knock Germany down a peg. But all of the European countries had to deal with World War One and converted their economies to produce for war, to produce military equipment and weapons and stuff, and got out of the industrial like manufacturing businesses, like building like refrigerators and cars and all that kind of stuff. they were building less of that and building more military equipment. And so the United States started taking over that manufacturing because we didn't have to deal with World War One. And then once World War One ended, the European countries like tried to get back into the market, and now there was just too much manufacturing supply for the amount of demand that there was, because you had all of Europe doing manufacturing, but the United States had all this manufacturing as well that they weren't going to try to give up. And that's part of like the biggest reason why the New York Stock Exchange, on the stock market, companies were able to prop themselves up as they were failing because of this radical overproduction. Companies were able to prop themselves up using the stock market. And then people with insider information that would recognize that companies were starting to fail would pull out, and you just got a chain reaction, and the entire global economy crashed. Largely because billionaires in America were trying to, horn their way into the manufacturing economy that Europe had. Anyways, we got to build this lander. Let's do this. So I kind of sketched crap. What? No. Wow, that was interesting. Thanks for the lecture. You're welcome, buddy. Let's see here. I kind of sketched out an idea that I had for this lander, but what I don't know is if it's going to have anywhere near the amount of delta V that I need it to have. So like if we do like this, and we set this for slate, please. And we do the MK55s. So that has a ridiculous amount of thrust to weight ratio, but not really enough delta V. Okay. And these are huge. They're way bigger than I thought that they were. What about these? Better. And better delta V. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. I really wish there was a real thin tank that was about this diameter. But there's not going to be. I don't know if... I mean, about 3,000, surely that's enough for an ascent. There are delta V maps for this. Hold on. Oh, come on. Here we go. So this says 2150 to get up into orbit from Slate. So we want more than this, because that was the, running it too close to like the limit was my big mistake last time. Maybe we just want 2 of these. That's a ton of delta V though. but maybe, I mean, maybe this is fine, actually. And we can cheat a little bit here. We can clip these a scotch. Yeah, I don't want to clip that one. That looks fine, I think. And then we will do a decoupler. But we want a stack separator, please. I don't know, maybe that looks dumb. The problem is we got to put a whole nother one down here. We got to put actually, we need to put like a bigger one down here. Yeah. I guess let's do like that. And now let's do this. No, we need this. Why is that green still? We want this to be like that. And then we're gonna put these here. Yo, inconspicuous grandma. Hello, inconspicuous grandma. How you doing tonight? Let's do this. Scoot that up just a scotch. Excellent. Good, you. Doing good. We are rescuing Jebediah and Bob Kerman, who we accidentally stranded on the surface of Slate. We're going to help them out and get them back. Where's my vector engine? Oh, there it is. And now we want these, which is going to be ridiculous overkill. Yep, ridiculous overkill. Honestly, what I kind of want is ridiculous overkill, though. The main issue here is we need this to have more delta V in it. So let's do like this. Whoops, not what I wanted to do. I want this. Damn, poor Jeb and Bob. Yeah, I know, right? We did a mission where I landed on every moon. Of Sarnis. I installed the Outer Planets mod for the first time and landed on every moon of Sarnis. Is that right? Yeah, sure. And then I need this to go there. Why did that not increase my delta V? and increase my overall delta V. See, I really need even more than this, though, is the problem. I guess what I can do is... Hello? Please, can you attach like this? Or maybe you can come down here? And... Okay, well, we'll just do this for now. I can attach some tanks on the sides. Oh, but honestly, you know what we could do is like this. Yes, we can do like this. It's gonna look a little ridiculous, but I think that'll be fine. Yeah, it looks a little ridiculous, but I think that will give us enough delta V. Yeah, that's 6,400, so surely that'll be good. The main issue here is having enough in this stage to get down, and I really don't... I mean, it's gonna be cutting it close. But I haven't put this fuel line here. Let's try that real quick and see what it thinks. Okay, come on now. There we go. Fuel line, fuel line, fuel line, fuel line. And you can go right there to right there. I think that'll be good. Yeah, and now that gives us 7,000 and 3,000 in the first stage. So I think this is the design. I think this is what's going to get us there. But now what we need is some reaction wheels. We need lots of reaction wheels on this. And we're going to change these to be orange, please. Actually, maybe that looks dumb. Let's make them white. And then we're going to do... like this? No. Going back to Slate, hey Bane. You could use an atomic engine for... Yes, so what we've done already so far tonight is we have put... Oh, that's interesting. What we have done already tonight is put a transfer vehicle in orbit. We're using the same transfer vehicle that we used... we're using the same transfer vehicle that we used on our first mission. Nice. It's a big... It's gonna be a big boy. It's gonna be a big lander. But I think we have more than enough delta V here. And we're not worrying about monopropellant. They are going to... Oh, shoot. Woo! Woo! I just had a very terrifying revelation, which is... Woo! I'm so glad I thought of that. This command pod is not big enough. Nice. Much better. And you know what? I think that looks better anyways. This one is going to have 3 in it. And we're just bringing Valentina. And now we have 2 empty seats. And we are going back to Slate. We're going to rescue Jebediah and Bob. Structural, don't forget color panels. What are color panels? Should I know what that is? Okay. Oh, do you mean solar panels? Solar? Yeah. We've got plenty of solar panels on the can't remember what I was saying. We have plenty of solar panels on the transfer stage. We're going to put some RTGs on this, though. And some batteries. You know what? We'll put a battery here. And we will put some RTGs on it. RTG, hello. Here we go. How many RTGs do you think we need? More than one? We can do like this. RTGs for power, that'll be good. And then I guess we can put a couple of solar panels on it. Let's do like this. No. That'll be good. But that's mostly just for aesthetics. And you know what this is making me think? I really don't want to spend the extra delta V, though. You know what? We're just going to do that. We're going to make this the re-entry module as well. 3 to 4. Be safe, not sorry. That's good advice, especially in this game. That's why I don't understand, like, the way that Matt Lown plays it is... he will, you know, run it to, like, he'll try to make it like as efficient as possible or whatever. And playing that way is just too stressful to me to be fun. We need thermal, heat shield, like this. And then we need stack separator. I would much rather sacrifice efficiency and not get to the location that I'm getting to and like have more than enough delta V. than I'd rather have more delta V than too much delta V than too little. Yeah, see, now we're cutting this close again. We really need just a little bit extra fuel on this. That ascent stage has not quite as much as I would like on it. You know what we can do? Is like this. Let's put an engine plate here. And under this engine plate, we're going to put a bunch of these fuel tanks. That gives it 26.5, which is still not a lot. Nullification? Hello? It's because he calculates everything? Oh, I know. Matt Lyon, I know. And ain't nobody got the patience for that. I don't know how to... I need just a little bit more delta V here. Oh, and now this has to dock. So it needs monopropellant? Shoot. You know what? We're not doing this. We're not going to do this. We're going to make it a little bit easier on ourselves by sending up 2 capsules. Oh, shoot. Now, that has 3,200. See, that's such a difference. And now... Okay, that's way too much height on this engine plate. Short, please. Okay. This lander looks a little ridiculous, but I think that's fine. The issue here is I'm a little worried about these landing legs being able to hold this thing up. Like, these are going to be the strongest landing legs. What? No. There. And I don't think that that's going to be enough. We could put one on, like, on each side. Oh, shoot. Okay, come on now. Oh, actually, let's do that. Put this here. And then it'll be easier to do this. Like, if we did 3 like this... We still have 3,000 delta V in that stage. And now have landing legs that Oh, actually, we need them to do like this. Now. And now have landing legs that might actually support this thing. Yeah, it looks a little crazy, but I think that that'll work. The only thing I'm worried about is these being enough to control it, but surely 8 of them are enough. He's also been playing for like 6+ years, yeah. He also quick saves a ton. I always forget to quick save. If you want to familiarize yourself with true KSP legend, check out Vaos, V-A-O-S. He's far superior to Loun. I might know him. I don't know them all by name, but I have checked out a KSP content creator. Okay, let's start this. Retract it, please. Nice. Honestly, that looks kind of cool. What are we forgetting? What are we forgetting? What else do we need? This is enough to land. And then we're gonna... How are we gonna do this, actually? This is enough to land. I don't want this one. I need to make a capsule here that will hello? Oh, it doesn't have a thing. That's fine. We don't need it to. We can just do like this. And then we need another capsule. Capsule. And then this one needs to have chutes on it. Hello? Chutes? Here. Sorry, my brain was not working for a second. Okay, and then what we're going to do here is we're going to put an engine plate on this. And we're going to put the heat shield on this engine plate. Like that. Heat shield under the engine plate so that we can do this and put a docking node on here. Actually, we're gonna have to put RCS on this. Shoot. Did not think about that. Or, no, we can put it next to the Ares, and the Ares can dock with it. Well, that'll be fine. Structural, I need this to go like that, and then I need a docking port. Docking port to go like that. Now, that'll dock with the Ares, which will put this all the right way up. What is happening here? Why is this clipping so much? I'm sure that's fine. Okay, I think we're good to go. Valentina is the only Kerbal on board. which means we'll have enough seats for Jebediah and Bob. What else do we need? What else am I missing here? Let's turn all these auto struts on. Oh. Okay. Surely that'll be good. L Streamer Paul, when's the launch? Goofiest looking ship. Bro's not even looking at chat. I'm only a little distracted here. Hey Paul, how's it going, buddy? Okay, so these will go first, and then this, and then these, and then this. Yes, that's correct. And then these, and then this, and then this. That's fine. W Streamer, yeah, thanks, Rage. Happy Memorial Day? Question mark? Yes, happy Memorial Day. And nobody in chat told me anything that I'm forgetting. Headed to Tylo, wish you luck. Tylo was hard. I haven't landed on Tylo in a long time. Yeah, W Streamer. Look, see, Paul, all my real fans are in the chat actually defending me. You're the jerk who came in here. You're the hater who came in here trying to stir up trouble. Okay, we need a transfer stage here. To get us close to the thing, to the Ares. L. Paul. Jesus Christ. Transfer stage. Actually, I just need this to be a single. No, a single. And we'll put something ridiculous on it. Like this. How much thrust to weight ratio is that going to give us? 700 meters per second, a ridiculously puny thrust to weight ratio. This has 1350, this one has 1500. This one is less mass, though. Okay. Decent. Wait, okay, I feel bad. It's a cool ship. I know. It doesn't look like... I don't know if you saw my sketch in my Instagram story, but I kind of sketched out a rough idea, but the sketch that I had made just wasn't accounting for, you know, the ship having nearly enough Delta V. So it's slightly bigger than I was thinking it was going to be. Do like that. And then we need this to go there, this to go here, this to go here. And then surely this will be enough to get us to orbit. I might need some SRBs, but hopefully not. Mainsail, and then some vectors. More than enough thrust to weight ratio and more than enough delta V, so we should be fine. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good to go. We are okay to go as Ellie Arroway might say. From the movie Contact, have you seen this background music is fun? This is the KSP music. It is very satisfying, like abstract music to be creative to. Put this there. So those will go, and then we'll detach, and then we'll do that. And then we will detach and do those. So I think we're good here. Hopefully this will be enough. Hopefully we'll be good. I'm okay to go. Oh my god, such a good movie. Ugh, love Contact. Abstract music, that's such a good description. LOL, classic movie. Yeah, Contact is one of my favorites. And kind of slept on. Like, I feel like not a lot of people know about Contact, unfortunately. What are we calling this? We called the mission to Mars, the mission to Saturn the first time, the Kronos. That movie is life-changing. Oh my god. They should have sent a poet. We did Kronos last time. Isn't there a wife of Kronos? We did Kronos last time because Kronos is the Greek analog to Roman Saturn. In Greek mythology, the wife of Kronos is Rhea. She is a Titaness, the daughter of Uranus and Gaia. Okay, so we're going to call this Rhea. Rhea 1. Save. We're literally reading the same AI response, probably. It's always right there on freaking Google now, and so I've stopped, like, in protest scrolling down and reading further down, but I shouldn't because AI is bad. Okay, here we go. And we only have Valentina in here, right? Yes. The launch of the Rhea 1 rescue lander to rescue Jebediah and Bob from the surface of Slate. Oh, we need to warp to a Saturn transfer window. We need to warp to a Saturnian transfer window real quick. Tracking station, please. You know what happened to Uranus? I don't. What happened to Uranus? Is this the beginning of a joke? I need... Oh my god, I don't have Kerbal Alarm Clock installed. Oh, yes I do. Oh, thank god. No, that's the default alarm clock. Crap! So frustrating. We get to close the game. Install Kerbal Alarm Clock. Reopen the game. So dumb. Save game. Save. Quit the main menu. This is where multi-MC for KSP would be nice. What's multi-MC? Reopen CCAN. He got sliced. Kronos sliced him. Kronos sliced Uranus, flying a rocket into Uranus's huge atmosphere. What? The thing I was talking about the other week about multi-instance for... Oh, different mod. Yeah, that's true. I don't even need multi-instances, though. I just need one instance that has all the mods that I need installed on it. Like I said, I tried to install the stupid camera mod that I'm not even really going to use. And tried tried to install the stupid camera mod that I'm not even really going to use. And it uninstalled all my other mods. It's freaking annoying. Okay, install Kerbal alarm clock, please. Apply, continue. Okay, we should be good here now. Launch Kerbal Space Program again. I do want to do a Uranus mission. There is I can't remember what it's called, but there's a Uranus analog in the Outer Planets mod. And Uranus is just low-key one of my favorite planets. Uranus is gorgeous. It has cool rings. It's a really beautiful color. Uranus was the first planet that you can't see with your naked eye that I saw through a telescope. Uranus was the first planet that I saw like that through a telescope, through my telescope. I have an 18-inch reflector telescope. And seeing it, like, it was such a fascinating experience because I could see it, and it was so small. Like I had seen like Saturn and Jupiter and Mars and and Venus through my telescope before. Yes, thank you. But seeing Uranus, like knowing how big it was, and seeing it just be the tiniest, faintest, tealish, bluish green dot in my telescope's field of view was a really otherworldly experience. Like knowing how massive it is and how far away it is and seeing it with my own eyes was a really cool, that was a cool experience. I liked it a lot. And so because of that, I've just always had a strong affinity for Uranus. I like it a lot. And Miranda is a super cool moon of Uranus as well. Miranda has the largest cliff face in the entire solar system. And whenever I saw Uranus through my telescope for the first time, I made art of it. I wonder if I can find that. It's only 1 million years old at this point. Because I dabble, I kind of draw sometimes. If I go to my Instagram, I know I posted it there. And we're just going to have to scroll back a little bit here. Which is going to take forever. Here we can do that here. Instagram. Oh man, remember Star Wars Scoundrels? That was a fun game. Well, some of it was fun. A lot of it was really boring, actually. Not a great game. But I had fun with it. Instagram. Where's that art I did of Uranus? It's somewhere around here. Oh, this was a transit of Mercury that I took through my telescope. That was super cool. Loved that. And then the art that I did of Uranus is here. Ta-da! I liked the idea of being on this cliff face, like looking up at how enormous it was. I drew it as like a iPhone wallpaper, and then I just very clearly traced the Apollo lunar module. But yeah, goodness gracious, Uranus! What a beautiful planet. You're like an artist, Holy. That's a little embarrassing to say with Paul in the chat. Paul's the real artist. But I dabble sometimes. I do some art here and there. Landed on Tylo. Congratulations, Bane. But holy hell, I've never been here, and I've been playing KSP for like 7 to 8 years now. That's crazy. I landed on Tylo a long time ago. I can't remember. And it was like freaking difficult. So difficult that I was like, I never want to do that again. But I do want to do... We did a Saturn V mission where we visited all the moons of Saturn. But really, we just sent probes to each one of the Saturn moons. and we landed actual kerbals on Slate, and we didn't successfully get them off the surface of Slate. But I really want to do a real... Now that I have volumetric clouds installed, I hear that volumetric clouds does really cool things to Joule. I haven't been to Joule since I installed volumetric clouds. And I think that would be a cool... To do like an actual Joule 5. I've never done a real Joule 5 where I land kerbals on every moon of Joule and get them back to Kerbin. That would be cool. Okay, we need a Sarnus transfer window. Parent is the sun. Point of origin is Kerbin. Our target is Sarnus. At alarm. And now... Fast forward, please. Did you ever get the volumetric config for Outer Planets? I didn't. I figured, you know, we've seen Sarnus at this point now. And so... like we've done it all. If I go to like Erlem, if I do like an Erlem mission, I might try to get the volumetric clouds config for Outer Planets. But I'm not going to worry about it until after we do Joule 5. I think the next thing I want to do in KSP is Joule 5. That would be cool. I've never done, like I said, I've been playing KSP for a long time, and I've landed on Tylo, but I've never done like a whole Joule 5. And doing a Joule 5 landing on Tylo seems extraordinarily difficult. Alright, here we go. Okay, Valentina, let's get a little bit closer to where we need to be to rendezvous with the Ares in orbit. Alright, hold on to your butts. Our thrust to weight ratio is a little lower than what I would like for it to be. But that's okay. And now we have Kerbal Engineer installed, so I have a time to apoapsis. Thank God. Once we get our apoapsis height to around... I can't ever remember. I need to look up the actual, like, guide for doing an efficient gravity turn. But I think it's like, once your apoapsis height is around 20 kilometers, then you can go ahead and start following prograde. Passing through the clouds. Ugh, gorgeous mod. Gorgeous mod. Volumetric clouds, man. Just the best mod. AI viewers? Ooh. Okay, now I think our apoapsis height is at 20 kilometers, and so now I think we can just follow prograde. Download more RAM? Oh, is the stream lagging? I do. I wanted to kind of test the how much my PC could handle, and so I have the stream settings like on the absolute highest quality that they can be. No, I mean that link. Alright, we're going too fast. Apoapsis is 70 kilometers. Oh, AI viewers. Time to apoapsis is still increasing. We're through the thickest part of the atmosphere, so we should be fine to throttle up, but we're not going to because we're almost at 100 kilometers, which is the height of the Aries. All right. And now... Oh, well, we're not quite out of the woods yet. Let's get up to 70 kilometers, please. There we go. And now we are in space. And you can extend the solar panels just for aesthetics. Okay. Oh, and we are coming up on that apoapsis. Hello. And we can go ahead and make the Aries our target. But first, we're going to get into orbit, please. Uh-oh. We're out of gas. Come on. Apoapsis needs to be in front of us, please. Thank you. Okay. Now we're good. And our... Oh, we burned a considerable amount of that stage, actually. Oh yeah, that's turning us just fine. We'll be good there. Bring that back down so that we can get a rendezvous. And we want... Ow. To go this way. Ooh. All right, come on. No, we can't do that. Yep. We need a rendezvous that's gonna not put us back inside the planet. Shoot. Dumb, forgot about the Aries. That's going all the way to Saturn. Yeah. We're gonna rendezvous with the Aries, and that will push us all the way to Saturn. But it's gonna be freaking annoying to get it to work. We'll just go all the way around. Where's our other thing? Hello? Okay, here we go. All right. No. Oh my god, there's too much junk right here. Just... I need to know what this is going to be. Go away. Give me the intersect. There. Okay. Now. Intersect is 8.7. 8.6, 8.5. Oh well. That's gonna be good enough. Good enough, good enough, good enough. Go ahead and warp to that maneuver, please. Ayo, it worked? What worked? What are you talking about? This is gonna be a... Oh, shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. We can't do this. The burn is too expensive. Ay, 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 come on now. I need this to be like a 150 meter per second burn. You know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna switch to the Aries. Oh, you took off? Yes, that's the easy part. The hard part is landing on Slate. What time is it? Yeah, we'll be fine, I think. Surely we can get to Slate in 3 hours. Set as target, please. This one only has 200. No. Let's switch to the Rhea. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What happens if we add some orbits here? Add some orbits, please. It's only gonna take a little while. Give me freaking Kerbin. Focus on Kerbin, please. Now give me this. Okay, this one's better. I would very much like for this time warp to work correctly, because we're going to have to work for 7 days. Here we go. Please work, time warp. Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, wait. Where's the... Aries, okay. We're going to adjust our orbit to intersect with the Aries at a pretty reasonable distance here. For less than 100 meters per second of delta V change, or delta V change is redundant, whatever. And we're going to burn for 5 seconds here. Okay, that's better. Now, surely what we can do is add a maneuver here to give us a slightly closer... Oh, come on. Wait, what happened? Stop that. Set as target. Give me my maneuver back. Close this. Add maneuver. You know what we want, actually? Where's our ascending nodes? Oh, they're pretty close. Add a maneuver here. Show me what my ascending node is. 0.4. So let's make this... Hello. Way too much. Whew. Let's make this virtually nil. And now we're going to do like this to get this a little bit closer. A little bit closer. Okay, that'll be good enough for now. Okay, little tiny burn. We're gonna warp to that maneuver, please. And this is going to be a very, very brief burn. Let's actually get to Right on the maneuver, we're going to close this. And we're going to just let our separation go down. And we will kill these engines whenever that separation starts going up. $15.5, 14, 13, 12. Come on, a little closer. 11. 10. Okay, I think that's as close as we're gonna get. What we really need is to do like this, I think. Right? Or like this? No. This definitely gets us closer. Nah, this will be fine. Okay. So we're gonna warp to here. And then we're just gonna kill off our speed. What will our relative speed be? Pretty high. Yes, target please. And burn retrograde to target speed. Yeah, our orbits are just too different. Go ahead and match our speed. Ooh. Okay, and now point at the target. There we go. That's going to get us pretty close. But surely we can get a little bit closer. Nah, we're just gonna do it from here. Alright, kill off relative speed. Point at the target, please. It's gonna get us pretty close, I think. But you know what? We can just point at it. Where is it? It's over there somewhere. Let's actually make this 50. $60 even. Oh, no. Let's not do that. Oh, we're getting pretty close. Where is it? Oh yeah, I see it over there. Okay, so let's burn retrograde. Burn retrograde. Burn retrograde. And let's kill this speed. When is it going to leave orbit? We got a rendezvous with our transfer stage first. And then we will leave orbit. Alright, and now let's... How far away is this? It doesn't tell me. We're gonna just go up to like 10, I think, here. And we're gonna let these... Oh, get closer. It's always spooky to time warp when we're this close to another ship. Can you see it over there? That's our transfer stage where we're trying to meet up with. And we are about to run out of gas. Okay. Let's kill this speed. And now point at the target, please. And let's switch to the Ares. And we are going to make... I think it is our target. Yes, it is. Point at the target, please. The issue here is the Ares is far more, you know, difficult to maneuver. So let's use RCS. Yep, that's gonna be difficult to maneuver. You know what? We're gonna just burn this engine ever so slightly. And we're gonna make this like 5 meters per second, I guess, towards the target. Or maybe just 3. Maybe just 3. Okay, good enough. Switch to this one. Point at the target. You know what? Let's do like this. And that way we can kill off the rest of our speed here. Ooh. I don't like time warping when we're this close. I use a city light config for Kerbin. Oh, it's called... That's fun. To give you just a little bit more detail, probably, on the night side, when it's nighttime. Okay, come on now. Any old day now. Let's switch to this one and point at retrograde, please. And let's kill this relative speed. What the freak? No, I don't want to. What? No. Why did it do that? Shoot. You just screwed me up. Whatever that was. Sticky keys. Turn them on. No. Yes. The rescue. Okay. Kill relative speed. Alright. And now point at the target, please. And get up to like 5, or I guess we'll do 3. I just really don't want to hit it. We'll do 5. Okay, point at the target. Actually, point at our retrograde to relative speed, please. I changed my mind. Because it's coming in a little fast. Ooh. Ooh, scary. Okay, kill speed, kill speed, kill speed. Okay, point at target. Here we go. Now we just gotta dock. Here we go, here we go. We want to control from here. And we want to make this port our target. And then we're going to switch. And we're going to control from here. And make this port our target. Alright, we're making our final approach here for docking. 1 meter per second should be slow enough. And that should be good. Now click target on nav ball. It is. It's set to... What? It's set to SAS at the moment, not target? No, it's set to target. What are you talking about? I have SAS on. Oh, sorry. Yes, you're right. You're right. You're right. Point at the target. You're right. Hey! God, finally! We're all docked. Valentina is ready to go to Saturn. Looky there. Also, we can decouple this. Don't need that anymore. And I don't know. I mean, it's been so long. It took me so long to rendezvous, like 7 days. I don't know if I'm in like a efficient enough Sarnis transfer window. Yo, monster, redeemed hydrate. Give me 1 second, monster. Let's see here. Sarnis, set as target. And now, let's see. Oh yeah, we're pretty close. That should be good. Good lord, just a 2,300 meter per second burn. That's fine. You can go ahead and point at the maneuver. And we can warp to the maneuver. Although it is going to take me just a hot second here to burn all the way up. We learned that from our last Mars Saturn transfer. Your back hurts? Why does your back hurt, buddy? What have you done to injure it? It's going to be an 11-minute burn. So we're just going to warp to, like, a point kind of close to where it is. And start burning now. We don't want this to go crazy here. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright, now we we wait for our 11 minutes that this burn is going to take. Your ears must not be working? What did you say? What? Have you heard of a mod called Astrogator? What's Astrogator? I stole a comet on my save and gave Kerbin a third moon. I've always wanted to do that. I've always thought that would be fun. To start like a... To get a comet, put it in orbit around like Minmus, and start a refueling depot to like mine... you called me buddy. Oh, excuse me. To capture a comet, put it around a Minmus, and start a refueling depot at Minmus for like missions that are going even further out into the solar system. Not that we really need to do that. Crap. 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 I don't know when this is going to revert to. Crap. 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 When do you think the last autosave was? What is persistent? Are these sorted in by most recent? Like, is this the most recent one? After docking, probably. Quick save 22. When was the last autosave, though? That's what I want to know. Shoot. What should I load? Should I load? What is persistent? Should I load quick save 22? Persistent is autosave. Okay, let's see. I forgot. After you dock, I need to set the control point. The capsule that it's controlling from on the lander is upside down. And so whenever I point it at the maneuver, I burned in the exact wrong direction. Ay, ay, ay. Nope. Reverse control point. Yeah, exactly. How much performance does Eve Cloud's mod take? I don't know. Yep. 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 That's frustrating. That's frustrating. So instead of loading persistent, we can load quick save 22. I mean, I think that's before. Let's see. I'm gonna have to do all that docking over again. So frustrating. I've got to remember to quick save more. Yep. Ria's on the launch pad. But I guess at the very least the Ares is in orbit. Hooray! Let's go dock again. Add a new alarm. Let's make sure we're in a transfer window. Ay, ay, ay. It's an hour of my life I'll never get back. Do not let me forget. Once we get within range of the Ares, we need to quick save. I always forget to quick save. Okay, here we go. Hold on to your butts. Oh, we turned SAS off. Whoops. Now, last time, I started following prograde whenever my apoapsis was at 20 kilometers. This time, I'm going to start following prograde at 20 kilometers, I think. Like, we're going to go halfway down. And then once we reach 20 kilometers... then we will start following. Astra slide ascent, LOL. Yeah, just a little bit. Our thrust away ratio is a little low. Turn 45 degrees at 7. Okay. We're well past 7. And now once I get to 20 kilometers, I'll start following prograde. Is that how it works? 20 kilometers, following prograde. I really need to figure out like how to do a more efficient gravity turn like that. Okay, calm down back here. Throttle down has atmosphere and fuel. Get enter. Yeah, I'm down to like half throttle. But I feel like once you get up above like 60 kilometers, you can basically just completely throttle all the way up at that point. Okay, we don't want to overshoot it this time. That was our mistake last time. Set as target. Let's add a maneuver. And we're going to do like that. Much better this time. Uh, 44 seconds, which means we need to burn at 22 seconds. Extend solar panel. Extend solar panel. Oh, but does that burn time calculate just based off of this stage? Because I'm gonna... Hopefully not. I don't think it does. Sarnis, it's gonna take longer than that. This mission will take 3 to 4 years. I feel like it did take about 3 or 4 years to get to Sarnis. Alright, let's start burning here at like 22. I'm just going to trust the maneuver node knows what it's doing. Do, 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 do. It seems like it did know what it's doing. That's good to know. We're going to circularize, and as we circularize, we're going to take the opportunity to try to match, to get a good intercept point with the Ares this time. Okay, come on now. Give me the thing. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Within a kilometer is going to be very close. And then you can go ahead and warp to like there. And you can go ahead and set the nav ball to target the node. What about the node? Why'd you say node? This is a much better rendezvous. As soon as we match our speed here, we're in a quick save. Where is it? Oh, hello, there it goes. Alright, match speed, match speed. Ooh. Nice. Quick save, for the love of God. Now. Point at the target, please. And switch to the Ares. What? And then make set as target and point at it, please. Oops, forgot that we have to physics time warp. Okay. Now, point at the... Actually, let's find where our retrograde marker is. Hello, retrograde marker. That's prograde, so retrograde would be down here. Okay. And let's kill off just a little bit more of this speed. Okay, now point at the target. And make this like 5. Honestly, we could probably have gone a little faster than this. I don't want to time warp because it'll move its position. So we're just going to sit here and wait for them to drift towards one another. And this time, don't let me forget to change our control point. And now that we have some gas in this tank, like we'll have a little bit of extra. We'll probably have like 100 meters per second. We'll transfer that into the little booster stage that's on the Ares right now. Quick save, I just did. Once I kill off our speed, I will quick save again though. Thank you for the reminder, Alex. Okay, let's kill this speed. Hello? Thank you. Excellent. Quick save. Point at the target. Control from here. And set... We're not close enough yet. Set as target. Thank you. And now you need to set this as your target. Point at it. Point at it. And now you, since you have RCS, Use your RCS to make the final approach. Okay. Here we go. Final approach. Literally the second I look away. Do what? Here we go. Docked. Excellent. Now, quick save for the love of God. And we are going to transfer this fuel here. Since we have a little bit extra this time. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Okay. And now, WW, yes, we're going to change this control point for the love of God. Thank you. And decouple this. Okay. Quick save. Now we're good. Now we can plot our transfer burn. Nope. Set Sarnis as our target. Oh, and of course the freaking moon is going to be in the way. Jesus. Okay, let's just do like that. Pretty close. Nice. 11-minute burn. Can point at the maneuver node. And we're not going to finish it on this orbit. But we can warp to a point that's close to it. Something like this. Yeah, that's about 3 minutes to the maneuver. That's fine. Here we go. And our apoapsis is rising this time. Thank God. Valentina is all by her lonesome, and she will be for quite a while. until we get to Slate and we can land. So we can start physics time warp until we run out of this stage. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Physics time warp, you failed me. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, we've run out of this, so we can stage it. And then this is all of these, right? Wait, what are these? Oh yeah, we don't want those. These. And then these are the ones in the middle, I think. You can decouple that. Right? These are the ones in the middle? Yes. So you can activate all of those and go. Holy God! It's got just a little more kick than the Ares 3 did. It's got a little more kick. Good Lord. Burn for a little bit longer, and then we're going to complete an orbit and come back around. Okay, that's good enough. Kill this. I don't know why my prograde is looking like that. That's kind of freaking me out a little. But surely it's fine. And now we will do this again. There we go. And go ahead and point at the maneuver. And you can warp until we're like here-ish. That'll be good. See, like my maneuver node is cut in half? That's weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Alright, here we go. Good Lord! Adding those few extra engines made it so much louder. But we do have a much better thrust to weight ratio. A 41-minute burn? Good God. Yeah, it's just going to take us a little while. I didn't say a good thrust to weight ratio, I said a better one. Holy. Takes a lot of energy to get to Saturn. But we are getting there much more quickly than we did last time. It took us like it took me an hour of like time warping and everything. It took me like an hour to completely finish our transfer burn. It took forever. That was one of the adjustments that we made between the Ares 3 and the Ares 4, was making it with giving it a higher thrust to weight ratio. Okay, the moon is in the way. Come on. I would like to stop burning and go around again, but I don't think we're going to get to it. I think we're going to have to do the burn here. Woo! Those engines are kicking. Good Lord. I do want to pay attention here. I think we're going to have to stage this soon. Yeah. We have asparagus staging on this transfer stage, which means we need to ditch the mass of these empty tanks. As soon as they run out of gas. All right. Whew. Okay, you can ditch. Actually, let's quick save. And you can ditch this one. And then this one is empty. Yes. And you can ditch. Oh, give me the thing. This. Come on. There. No. This. Nice. Those are empty. And now we can continue on our way. Woo! And I think we can probably complete this burn without having to stage again. It looks like the maneuver node thinks so as well. Seven more minutes on this burn. Goodbye, Kerbin. Everybody say goodbye. I really probably should have put this lander, like I should have used cheats to put this lander in orbit around Slate and tested it before we spent all this time sending it there. But we'll be fine. I never did figure out better time warp. I really need to do that still. Any old day now. We still have 5 more minutes on this burn. And we are still well within Kerbin's sphere of influence. Although we're a pretty good distance away from it at this point. Probably should just be burning prograde, but I guess actually, you know what? Let's do that real quick. Let's kill that maneuver and let's make a new one, just in case some BS happens. Oh my god, we're moving so fast. Okay, yeah, we're still good. Point at the maneuver, please. Yeah, and I don't know why it's doing this. I might, like, go to the tracking station and come back. Maybe that will fix that problem. Okay, here we go. This is going to be a 2-minute burn. So we'll burn it 1 minute and 6 seconds. Alright, this should get us there. We have an encounter. Okay. Now, we need to get outside of Kerbin's sphere of influence. Everybody say bye, Kerbin. We're leaving. Bye, Kerbin. Alright. And we're pretty close to needing to stage again. You can kill this. And do this. Add maneuver. Now that we are outside of Kerbin's sphere of influence, we can put our focus back on Sarnus and create a maneuver here that's going to get us a rendezvous with Slate. Because Slate is so big and heavy that we will pretty immediately be able to smack into it. Hello. Too far. Okay, any old time now. Do I need to do like this? %90 of this game is futzing around with a maneuver node. Hold on. Kill this. And give me this. And now, give me this. Bye-bye home. So, first of all, we're gonna do like this. Oh, hello. No, that's right. And now we can focus on Sarnus. And do like this. I don't know if that's getting me closer or not. Oops. Come on! How in the world am I supposed to do this? You know what? Let's do this. Actually, like if we put it here, I bet this will make more sense. So if I'm coming in like that, yes, much more sense. Okay, set as target. Where's the maneuver node? That'll be good for now. I think a quick save after this burn will be a good idea. That sounds like a great idea, Alex. You're so smart. Thank you so much. Like I said, I always forget to do quick saves. Alright, and you can... actually, let's quick save now. In case this auto time warp screws me up. Waffle? Hey Waffle, how's it going? Been a minute. I feel like people are always looking for KSP content on the stream. I take these and I post clips of them. And KSP clips would do numbers on TikTok around Artemis 2 times. And now they don't really do numbers as well. But it is nice that, like, I feel like streaming KSP really grabs people on YouTube. And so it's nice to have people, like, in the chat for most of the night while you're playing a KSP stream. And KSP is just, like, one of the important ones to have people in the chat for, because a lot of it is just sitting around watching your spaceship travel from one point to the next. Just wait until Artemis 3. See, do you think that people will be excited about Artemis 3 like they were about Artemis 2? I feel like Artemis 2 was so exciting because there was, like, people on it and they went to the moon. And Artemis 3 just because it's going to LEO. I think it'll be cool that, like, they're testing out the landers and stuff, but I don't know. I don't think Artemis 3 is going to capture people's attention the same way that Artemis 2 did. I'm waiting for 4 and 5. Yeah, those would be the ones to wait for. If they ever happen. I don't even think that Artemis 3, might not happen. Both landers, like Blue Origin's lander and SpaceX's lander, have to be ready for Artemis 3 to be a thing. And Blue Origin is making progress, but is kind of taking their time. And SpaceX, can't get their ship into orbit. So we'll see. I suspect Artemis 3 gets pushed back. Supposedly we're supposed to do Artemis 3, later this year? Or, like, early next year? And I think it gets pushed back until 28 or 29. And by that point, we might not even have a country anymore. We might live in a complete totalitarian fascist dictatorship. More so than we do already. But if we have elections, I imagine that, like, I don't know, Democrats are usually pretty gung-ho about space travel. Trump is the one that's been, every president since the 90s have been cutting NASA's budget, but Trump is the one that has really cut NASA's budget a whole lot. They just cut it again. Or the Earth gets incinerated. Why would the Earth get incinerated? No. There's no reason for that to happen. Saturn V's payload was like 7.5 tons. Artemis was like 500 tons. Yeah, that's true. SLS is a very powerful rocket, which is exciting. I still am... SLS feels like it could have been built a lot more efficiently, effectively. I feel like SLS suffers from, like, the whole, like, contractor bloat problem. But it is definitely a powerful rocket for sure. Okay, annual day now. I forgot that, like, once you get past the orbit of Joule, it takes you forever to time warp anywhere. Is that rocket equation thingy? Excited for the Axiom Station? If the Axiom Station even happens. I feel like I keep on hearing them talk like they're not even doing that anymore. And that makes sense because, like, in what world, like, do people have the money to do space tourism? Like, the ultra uber rich, maybe, but how much, demand for your services, especially how expensive it would be to, like, operate something like an Axiom Station. How much demand for your services can there be to actually be profitable? And like I said, I feel like there was news recently that, like, they were either having trouble or weren't gonna end up doing that. I don't know. get Nicki Minaj in space for real. You think people didn't like Katy Perry in space, but they'll like Nicki Minaj in space. We'll see. Constant promises without returns. Yeah, that's just been the history of space travel, unfortunately. Nobody has ever been terribly serious since the Apollo missions, and the Apollo missions were only as serious as they were because of the Cold War. But nobody's been terribly serious about space travel. And, I mean, you know, I always go back and forth. Like, I think that new sciences and technologies are important things that space travel has worked to develop and open up for us. Like, GPS wouldn't be what it is today without the Apollo program. Satellite communications wouldn't be what they are today. Computer, you know, chips and computer power wouldn't be what they are today without the Apollo program. But I go back and forth on, like, we have so many problems here, like, on the Earth, you know, that maybe we should focus on some of those and not be trying to go to space. Like, I can't justify spending tens of billions of dollars on a space program when people are starving to death in America. You know what I mean? So I always, like, in my brain, I'm excited for it, but I go back and forth on whether or not I think it's a worthwhile thing for us to be prioritizing. Okay, we're making a small correction burn here so that we enter into Slate's sphere of influence. Whew. Very, very slight burn. Okay, there we go. We're encountering Slate. Oh. That'll be good. Less than 1,000 kilometers. Will probably be wide enough to slow ourselves down and enter into Slate orbit. We're coming, Jeb. We're almost there. Oh, by the way, did you hear SpaceX announced a first Mars mission featuring the commander of Fram 2? What's Fram 2? Chun Wang? Who was that? TS is not going to happen until the 50s. Artemis 4 is not happening with that $4.1 billion price tag, while NASA's budget is getting cut. That's true. I wish that government cared about space. I know. It's a sad day. We are the internet. If we want something, we get it. Just go viral asking for funding. Yeah, that's how it works. Alright. Let us do this. Warp here, please. Actually, before you warp there, cancel that, and let's quick save. Now, warp here. Fram 2 was a private Polar Crew Dragon mission. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, like I said earlier tonight, SpaceX's IPO is coming up. So they're trying to make their company seem as valuable as possible, and so announcing silly things like a Mars mission is a surefire way to manipulate investors. I wish more people were focused on Venus. Venus is a really cool planet. The one Soviet lander that landed on the surface of Venus is so fascinating. Like, the pictures that it took of rocks, it would be so cool to do another Venus lander. Especially with how much better technology we have nowadays. Okay, that actually makes a lot more sense. I know. Their IPO is coming up. And so, like I said, they're trying to seem as valuable as profitable. And Elon has always been really, really great. How much since he announced BFR a million years ago, he was like, "We're making it to Mars by 2020." I feel like was the date that he put on it back then. Like, he's always putting out ridiculous but very exciting timelines to, like I said, manipulate investors. I'll talk about Mars, but what about our sister planet? Venus is a really cool planet, and I wish that they would do more science. Surely they are studying it in some way at the moment, but I wish that we would have a more concentrated effort on the theory that there's life in the upper atmosphere of Venus. I think that that's really fascinating and would be cool. I also wish that we would prioritize getting a lander to Mars that could pick up the samples that Curiosity left behind, the core samples that Curiosity took, because there's the little black spots in the rock in the dry lake bed that Curiosity took core samples from, that like people cannot explain what those little black dots are without like the most reasonable explanation for what those little black dots are they are some kind of byproduct of processes that involve like microbial, like bacterial function, like bacteria processing food leave behind this byproduct, and that causes these little black dots in the rock. We see them here on Earth in places where we know like there was life. We can't imagine a way that they are possible without there being life, but we can't be 100% sure about them until we get those core samples and can investigate them here. Mars poop confirmed. Yeah, exactly. And that would be a really cool mission. I can't imagine how you'd have to like land a rocket as close to where the core samples are as possible, and then deploy a rover to go and get it, and then park back in the rocket, and then bring the rocket back. But a mission that to land on the surface of Mars and get back would be tremendously difficult and complicated. Oh my gosh, any old day now. 70% of Kerbal Space Program is just waiting for a time warp to finish. What? Don't freak me out like that, thing. Yeah, we're good. Don't freak me out like that. You know what? I'm not about to have this time warp screw me. Can you just warp to here? Ay, ay, ay. Uh-oh, it's not canceling this. Stop warping. There. Warp to here. Just in case. That's our next orbit, maybe? Surely it would be cheaper to send a new rover with adequate equipment to study the sample. That's what I'm saying. We have to do stuff to it that, like... maybe you could design specifically a rover that, like, was designed specifically to process that core sample, but... I don't know. I think that they want to be able to do stuff to it that you need it to like be here on Earth for. That's always been the plan. The reason why the Mars sample has like a core sampler, why Curiosity rover has like a core sampler on it like that, was to make core samples and bring them back here to Earth. The problem is getting through the atmosphere, because that's where most of the slowdown comes from. 100%. A Mars two-way trip is possible, but it would take years. Yeah, I mean, it would take a long time. And, you know, Mars's atmosphere is pretty thin. But you would have to... The way that you would probably have to do it is... Come on. Don't screw me. The way that you would probably have to do it is it would land and then launch and then get into Mars orbit, and then you would send like a transfer vehicle to dock with it and then bring it back. I would imagine, like, landing a rocket on the surface of Mars that is powerful enough to like bring it all the way back to Earth would be extremely difficult, I would think. Focus view on Sarnus. Alright. And we're gonna wait until we're within Slate's sphere of influence to make this capture burn. Although, let's just see how long it'll take. Four minutes? Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Alright. And now, where is Saturn? Can we see it? Yeah, there he is. Home again, home again. Well, I guess it's not home again, but... it does feel like we just left here. Because we did just leave here. We left a couple of kerbals behind. Oh god, I hate this. I, like, almost don't want to look. Yeah, Lord. We've arrived. Also, 40 minutes per input if unmanned. That's true. 40 minutes per input. It wouldn't be 40 minutes. You would need a space plane, probably? No way. You would not need a space plane. Mars's atmosphere is not nearly that thick. Because, like, speed of light is, like, a few seconds to Mars. So, I mean, it would be a considerable input lag, but I don't know about 40 minutes per input. Go ahead and get this down to 100 kilometers. Nice. And we can point at our next maneuver. And we're going to burn at 2.5 minutes. Time warping to a planet. Time warping to a planet like that is the KSP equivalent of tuning a guitar string. Okay. Takeoff and landing would be easier. It's takeoff and landing of a space plane on another planet being remotely controlled does not sound easier to me. It's like 20 minutes there and then 20 minutes to send back. 24 minutes for light at furthest. It's 20 light minutes to Mars? Are we sure? That does not seem right. Let's see here. Oh, 3 to 22 minutes. So you said 22 minutes at the furthest. Wow. That is way longer than I thought. 3 minutes? Good lord. That's crazy. So yeah, it could be as much as a 40-minute... You're right. It could be as much as a 40-minute input lag. Which would be difficult. Which is exactly why... Like I said, the way that they would likely do it is you would take a rocket and you would land it on the surface of Mars. You would drive the rover around, pick up the samples, park it back in the rocket, and then the rocket would be pre-programmed to take off with a pre-programmed flight trajectory, and would put itself in orbit without any input from Earth. And then once it was safely in an orbit, it would send its orbit back to Earth, and we would send another, like a transfer stage, to go and dock with it, which would be difficult to do with a 40-minute input lag. But, I mean, it's much more doable, I would think. Send a transfer stage to dock with it, and then bring it back. Are we sure? Did John Lightyear do the calculations correctly? John Lightyear. 40 million kilometers is pretty far, even for light. That's true. Okay, here we go. Let's, what do we need? Nothing. Let's save F5. And we can time warp to our maneuver. We're going to start burning at 2:30. Look at that. We're back at Slate already. Alright. Ooh. 250, 240, 230. Now we're gonna slow ourselves down. We're gonna need a stage though pretty quickly. Okay. Let's cut those engines. These are the empty ones. So we can decouple that one. Empty, right? Yes. And decouple this one. And we can keep burning. Whew! That, and it's got to know where it is for it to get back into orbit, so we need to map... I mean, we've mapped Mars super well. I think there are multiple orbiters orbiting Mars that like have done nothing but map it for years. We already have, mass height maps from surface shadows on Mars. Yes, we have good maps of Mars. Not only do we have good maps of Mars, we have good maps of Mars's gravity as well. There's the lander. We're gonna have to try to line up with it. This burn is taking considerably longer than I thought it was going to. Oh, we have a lower thrust-to-weight ratio now, I forgot. Hopefully we'll be fine. Hope you left a long-range relay antenna on your main vessel. We do have long-range relay antennas surrounding Saturn, so we will be able to maintain communication. Also, that's like super cool. I didn't know that. Yes, yeah. Like you can go on like Google Earth and stuff, and like scroll around with high-resolution images of Mars's surface, and explore like the whole surface. I think. If there's anything that we don't really have, it's just like images of the poles. You know what? Let's just burn retrograde. We just need to be slower. We gotta kill our speed. It's funny, Slate is so massive that we just like are constantly re-encountering it. Goodness gracious. Oh, are we not time warping? I'm a dummy. Every freaking orbit is an encounter. I know, that's what I'm saying. We are, you know, our inclination is very incorrect for rendezvousing with them. We need to fix that. All right, any old day now. It's fixing itself? What is? Our inclination? I don't think it will. No. I mean, like right now, we need to pass over. We need an orbit that passes over the landing site of the first lander consistently. And right now, ours will not. It's like orbiting like this, and it needs to orbit like this. Alright, captured, thank God. Finally. Now, we will put this here, and we're going to bring our periapsis down to like 100 kilometers. Okay. You can point to the maneuver, please. And now that we're captured, we will quick save and warp to the maneuver. All right. And then I guess like on our circularization burn, we'll use that as an opportunity to fix our inclination. Close enough. Like, what, how do, maybe if I do this? No. Unset target, okay. So let's do something like this, add maneuver. And we're gonna bring this all the way down. Like that. It's gonna be closer. Alright. Go ahead and point at this maneuver. It's gonna be a long maneuver. I mean, it's going to be a long burn. Quick save and time warp. Not at P, E, or AP. Halfway is best. Yeah, that's what we're doing. I think. Yeah, normally you have like an ascending and descending node, but I can't set a target that will give me correct ascending and descending nodes. Okay, we're going to burn this at 245. Okay, we passed it up. Why is this so wobbly now? And we're gonna need to stage one more time. Oh man, I forgot to take the oxidizer out of this. Crap. Alright, that's this one. So we can decouple this and decouple. No, decouple this. Yeah, we're all good here. And we're gonna make. Shoot, I forgot about this. We're gonna make this 10. Oh, no. 9. And 8. And then these are good now. So I think that'll flow correctly. We are running out of Delta V pretty quickly, actually. I hope we'll be fine to get back. I would imagine we will be. Uh-oh. Nope, nope, nope. We're gonna cancel this. Radial out and get our periapses up. We did not need to waste this Delta V like this, but it's fine. That should be fine. And now we're gonna do like this here. Yikes. This is taking a lot of Delta V to do. Very annoyingly. This is a 13-minute burn? Good God. 1,300 meters per second? No, we're not going to do this. Nope, we're not going to do it. We're going to put this... we're going to come up here, and this is just going to have to match this wacky orbit like this. Bring this up to like 50, You know what? We can just do that ourselves. Yeah, I know our periapse is low, it's fine. Oh yeah, we're close to the surface of the planet, good lord. Our periapse is low. Okay, you can point prograde, please. And we'll get to our apoapsis. Close enough. And we'll make this 50. Alright, and then we'll make this 50. Okay. F5. Two minutes 10. And we will circularize here. Alright, 45 and 58. So we can tweak this ourselves here. Okay. I'm spending the delta V and time to make this circular because it's going to be easier to rendezvous if it's circular. No. Point prograde. Circular. F5. I'm going to pee. And then we're going to rescue Jebediah and Bob. Okay. Let's make sure Valentina is in the right crew module. She is. And now we need to time warp here, which is annoying because our orbit right now is crossing right over the landing site. But we need to orbit here until the landing site is on the daytime side. Okay. I think one more orbit. Well, a couple more orbits. Let's quick save just in case I overshoot that. Alright, that'll be good. Here we go. This is all fueled up, right? Yes, it is. You can F5 undock. Alright, Valentina, you ready? Let's go get Jeb. Okay, quick save again. Quick save, thank you. Here we go. Let's activate all these engines. And then we'll point at our maneuver. It's just going to be a 1 second burn. Oh my god, I'm so nervous. Ay, ay, ay. What is our thrust to weight ratio right now? 6. That should be fine. Alright. Go ahead and warp to the maneuver. I'm so nervous. Thrust. Engine thrust lower makes burn longer. That's true. Okay, here we go. Those engines are powerful. Okay, that'll be good. And now we're going to do another maneuver here to try to hit them. I should have installed that mod. Something like that. That's an 11-second burn. You can quick save and time warp to that burn. Ay, ay, ay. Here we go. Hold on, let me make them our target real quick. Set as target. Can't see them on here? Okay, whatever. We're going to burn at about 6 seconds. I'm nervous. Oh my god. I screwed up. 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 I didn't put a ladder on this. I didn't put a ladder on it. I'm an idiot. They're not going to be able to get in or out of it. I sure do wish that I could see my target on the screen here. That's what I need to be able to see, is my target. We need to go this way, I think. Oh my gosh, why is that a thing? And we gotta kill our speed. Where are they? Where are they? I don't know where they are. They're further down range. Shoot. We still have 600 meters per second. I need to be able to see my target here. Point at the target. Are we crossing over them right now? Are you serious? Are they here? I think they're in this crater. Where are they? Oh, freak, freak, freak. Oh my god, I found him. I cannot believe we're landing this close. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. You're landing on them. Whoops. 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 We're just gonna quick load real quick. There's no point in quick loading because there's no point in quick loading. You followed Queen Anne. Hey, Queen Anne. Hello. There's no point in quick loading because I'm just stranding Valentina on the surface now. She doesn't have a ladder. They don't have ladders. You know what we're going to do? I think we're going to turn on cheats. I think I can turn off gravity. We're going to do that. Where's the engineer? We got him back. He stayed in the ship in orbit. I can't believe I was like right on top of them like that though. That was crazy. Okay, switch to... Oh, I don't have this set as my target. Set as target. Switch to target. And we want to point at the target. And as soon as they get kind of... Like, we're pointing at the target, and as soon as we start kind of crossing over them, we'll burn retrograde. Actually point away from the target. Oh, we gotta kill at the speed. We're coming in very fast. We're coming in very fast. One more time. One more time. We're fine. We're fine. Is there too much grav for jetpacks? There's too much gravity for jetpacks. Goodness gracious. Okay, let's... After we make this maneuver... Ay, ay, ay. We were doing so well in the first one. After we make this maneuver, we'll quick save again. Can you explain Saturn, please? Is this RSS? No, Saturn is just like, so people kind of understand what I'm talking about. This is the Outer Planets mod. This is Sarnus. I don't know if you've heard of the Outer Planets mod before, but it adds a Saturn analog, a Neptune analog, and a Uranus analog, and a new Pluto analog, and it takes Elu and it puts it in orbit around Sarnus. Slate, just a much more interesting place to go. Do what? I have Outer Planets mod too, but I've never been further than I currently am at Lathe. Yeah, I had never played the Outer Planets mod before and was so excited to explore all the different moons of Saturn, so I ran a whole mission where we did all the moons of Saturn. And I accidentally stranded 2 kerbals on the largest mass moon. And so this stream is a rescue of those 2 kerbals. Alright, we have to start slowing down much sooner than we did last time. Actually, let's do radial out and increase how downrange of them we're landing. That'll be better, I think. And that's pretty close to right on top of them. And now, as we cross over, we can kill off our speed a little higher. Probably gonna burn pretty soon here. Actually, we should burn now, I think. Waited too long again. We're gonna fly over them and not be very efficient here. But that's okay. Whoop. All right, where are they at? Oh, we're pretty much right above them. Okay. They're in this crater here. Alright. Let's burn... No. This way. Okay, but we want to tilt up. Okay, we gotta go now. Okay. We're cutting it very close here. Ugh! Yeah! Ay, ay, ay. We're down. We're down. I don't know why we're sliding, but we are down. Holy God. Good Lord. We're still sliding. I wonder where they are. They're in this crater somewhere. We were coming, like, literally, like, right on, down on top of them last time. Alright, we need to... stop sliding here. Alright. Let's switch. What? Cannot switch vessels while moving over the surface. Yeah. Well, I don't know how to stop moving over the surface. I would love it if my craft would stop, but it is not doing that. Those landing legs just gave us just enough clearance. Come on. Can I increase? No. I wonder if I dropped my landing legs, if that would be better. It's like a 10-degree slope. I know. Come on. You gotta stop. You're on a pretty bad slope. I mean, is it a pretty? I mean, yeah, it's okay. It's not a great slope. Those landing gear will slide. Quick save as well. I did just quick save. 2 meters per second to spare on the landing. I know, isn't that nuts? Retract the trailing legs. You think? I just don't want to blow up. Okay, let's quick save again. Oh, did I not quick save earlier because I was moving over the surface? All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, I retracted all of them. And look at that, we stopped. Quick saving. Excellent. There we go. Where is the ship? Set as target. Okay. Set as target. Where is it? Where is the target? I mean, it's got to be... Well, it's to the north. It's this way somewhere. It is going to take us a hot minute to walk all the way over there. Is this it there? Alright, everybody, get comfortable. Yeah, it's in this direction. I think this is it. Oh, Lord. LOL, the fast waddle. It's just gonna take us a second, don't worry. I'm almost positive that's it. Yeah, it's up the hill. This way. Yes, this is it. Here. It's up on top of this hill. This is it. Turn away and scroll out. What do you mean? Noise? Yeah, this is the rescue lander. They've just got to hoof it a little bit, you know, a little bit longer on the surface. They're fine. You know what we're gonna do, since we have to do this anyways, is hack gravity. Is this one Kerbal mass of gravity? Let's do like 0.25. What does that look like? Oh yes, that's much better. And we're just going to use his pack. When you are done rescuing these kerbals, could we maybe see a craft orbiting one of the outer planets for a few seconds? I just want to see the planets. Yeah, we can do that. We can go to the tracking station. And I can show you what they look like. Or you can just go watch the whole VOD of us landing on all of the moons of Saturn. That'll give you a great look at Saturn. And Saturn is super cool. Like, the rings make it to where you're just like always kind of like crossing near them or through them. And it's super fun. Oop, oop. What is happening? Ooh. Oh. Sorry, Jeb. Sorry, Jeb. Sorry, Jeb. Sorry, Jeb. That was a rough landing. You're good. You're alright, though. He's resilient. Looky there. Whew. We've made it. We've made it to the rescue lander. We're rescued. We're saved. We did it. All right. Now, not you landing on the flattest spot in the crater. Is there a crew on the rescue lander? Valentina is on the rescue lander. But we do have 2 empty seats. All right, now we got to get Bob to the rescue lander. Oh. Anything on board the rescue lander, you mean? Oh, take any science? Yeah, because this is like sandbox, I'm not super worried about the science. Isn't there someone on Ares too, though? No, nobody else is on Ares. Just Valentina was. Or am I misremembering? You are misremembering. Like I said, normally Slate's gravity would be too strong for us to do this. But I forgot to put a ladder on this thing, so we're gonna cheat. Alright. Looky there. We did it. Why? Turn around. Why is he not turning around? We've rescued you, Jebediah and Bob. Word. Oh, okay, good. IOR. What does that mean? Alright. Let's get him on board and get out of here. Don't let me forget, once I get him on board, that we've got to turn the gravity back up. Impossible odds rescue. I do always really love Matt Lown would always do his, what was it called again? He did a series where he would like rescue stranded kerbals like this. Okay, now the real tricky part here is going to be getting back in an orbit that's going to rendezvous us with the Ares. Turn hack gravity off. Let's do that. Okay, and let me make sure hack gravity is off. Yes, we're good. All right. Gravity reminder. Yes, thank you. We did it. Rendezvous be the hard part. That is true. So we need to go to the right of Saturn. The Ares can come and meet us, so I'm not super worried about it, but we want to get kind of close. Let's quick save. Ron's debut. Quick save? Yes. Okay. Alright. Here we go. It's going to be like that way that we want to go. I don't really know what directions. Alright. Here we go. We're out of Delta V in the first stage. Let's actually do this. And then... Ooh, ooh. It's like this direction that we want to go. Good lord. Do we even have a positive thrust-to-weight ratio? Yes, but not very. Oh, shoot. Okay, we're gonna revert. Should I land a rover on or kerbals on KSP science mode? I'm still new, wondering which one I want to do. Definitely kerbals. Kerbals can do crew reports and EVA reports and stuff, and those get you a lot of science. You definitely want to land kerbals. Take two. One more try. Run out of fuel. Use infinite propellant. No way. We got this. We can do this. Okay. Here we go. We just need to go straight up this time. Supposedly 2150 delta V is what we need to get into orbit. But I'm not so sure about that. No, 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 this way. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Come on, come on. Not efficient. But what we need to know here is we will use this trial run to figure out what degree we need to point at. It's like 135. 135 seemingly is going to get us pretty close. So let's do this one more time. And we're going to point at 135. Already got the science wondering which one is more vibe. Rovers are hard. Do you mean like a probe? A space probe is definitely going to be easier. I mean, technically, kerbals are just as easy as a space probe is if you don't mind abandoning them forever. But like a space probe is going to be easier. A rover is a difficult thing to make in Kerbal Space Program. Transfer fuel to main engines. No way. No, we'll be fine. We have enough thrust away to our show to get up. We'll be fine. Okay, here we go. Alright. We just gotta get over the rim of this crater. These can gimbal way, way less than this. We're up and over. Goodbye, Slate. We just need to get into orbit. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be close enough. Maybe just a little more this way. And now we want to pretty much be level. Not quite that level, actually. Come on. Get us up. Get us up. Come on. Apoapsis is 5 seconds away. Time to apoapsis is still increasing, so we're going to go a little more level. Oh, no. Two level. Okay, time to apoapsis is increasing. I think we're good here. Oh my god, we're going to be cutting it very close here. Apoapsis height is 5 kilometers. Time to apoapsis is still increasing. Okay, we're gonna point prograde now. Oh no. Time to apoapsis is decreasing. Time to apoapsis is increasing again. We can't quite go prograde yet. Come on, baby, you can do it. Pointing prograde. Time to apoapsis is increasing. We're good. Okay. We just need to get into orbit. Once our apoapsis gets up to like, I think 20K, I think we stop and we make a maneuver node to make sure that this is as efficient as possible. I think we're going to make it, guys. I think we're going to do this. Oh my god. I think we're going to do this. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Set as target. Okay. Add maneuver. Increase this, please. Yeah, we're just gonna get into orbit for now. We're not gonna worry about a rendezvous. So we want this to be close this. Apoapsis, and we want our apoapsis to be something like 50K. Wait, what is the RIA at? Is the RIA... Is the Artem... Is the Ares... Yeah, it's at 50K. So we need to be at like 50K. You go up then turn. Yes, that's what we're gonna do for sure. Your apoapsis is behind you. You're fighting gravity. Yeah, no, we got it. We are gonna be fine, I think. Pray to the Delta V map to do a rendezvous with a craft above Slate. You're gonna need around 30K. The Delta V map I saw said 2150 to get into orbit, and the Ares can come and get us. It has a ton of Delta V on it. It's got 6,000. It's got 6 kilometers of Delta V, so we're gonna be fine there. And then this is a 2-second burn. That's good to know. Look at that. Bye, Slate. Screw you, freaking black hole of a planet. Slate is almost as massive as Tylo is, so it's similar to a Tylo landing. And a Tylo landing is freaking hard. Alright. Oh, actually, let's stop that, and let's quick save. Now you can warp to our maneuver node, please. Whew! We are gonna make it, guys. We got Jeb and Valentina and Bob all together. On their way back to the Ares. Tylo is where the Kraken lives. Ask me how I know, LOL. Are you talking about the cave? There's like a giant cave on Tylo, if I remember correctly. We are in orbit. We've made it to the surface of Slate. We rescued Jebediah and Bob. And we made it back to orbit. We are going to be fine. We are well past the hard part. Alright. Now, what we need is this. We need to match our inclination. I wonder how much of a burn that's going to take. Pretty good burn, but that'll be fine. Oh, you know what? We can do it on this side sooner. And now we can increase our apoapsis until we come back around and get a pretty decent encounter here. Oh well, 3.5 will be good enough. Good enough. Whew! I cannot believe we did that. With many quick save and loads. Just a couple, not many. I stole one and made Kerbin a third moon. What? Oh. You want to meet... Oh, the Kraken touch comets. Is that true? The little asteroid things. They're very Kraken prone. I've never had issues with the Kraken, but just tonight my lander started wigging out. Looked like it was going to rapidly disassemble itself while on the ground. That's interesting. Alright, this is a 15-second burn, so we'll burn around 7 seconds. Alright. That's a pretty close approach there. What is our periapsis now? Ooh, 30 kilometers? That might not be totally safe here on Slate, but I think it'll be fine. Especially because, what will our relative speed here be? Yeah, 239. We should be able to kill all of that. We'll be fine. Alright, here we go. Rendezvousing with the Ares. Space Subnautica. Sometimes I wish there was a real Space Kraken. That would be terrifying. I've been playing Subnautica 2. Have you been playing Subnautica 2? It's incredible. It is... I almost played that tonight instead of Kerbal Space Program. But I've been really wanting to rescue these poor Kerbals. But I've been playing a bunch of Subnautica 2 on stream recently. Yeah, my poor lander started doing the Harlem Shake. Radial out plus retro, I think. What is that in reference to? What are you saying? Alright. You can go ahead and point at our relative speed. We're going to kill that here in just a minute. Nice. And now you can point at the Ares and go ahead and burn towards it. And this should get us pretty close here. Where is it? Point to retrograde, please. Oh, we passed it up. Oh, there it is. We found it. Alright, point at the target, and we can go to like 10. And we can do 15. We have a pretty good thrust away ratio. And now switch to the Ares. Actually, we're coming in a little fast here. Okay, and target the hatch, set as target, and point at the target, please. And then you set this one's hatch as target, set as target, and point at the target, please. Alright, slow dock. I'm avoiding all content on playing Subnautica 2 till I play it myself. I highly recommend it, it's great. Looky there! With just a few meters per second to spare. Now, let's transfer... We have a freak load of oxidizer in here. We can transfer that into this craft. Some of it at least. And get rid of it, because it's just weighing us down. Give me this. And send the oxidizer out, please. I don't like those games because I'm kind of burnt out on playing games that require grinding. Ooh, see, I love a good grindy game. I've always loved grindy games. Okay, and then give me this one. And transfer more oxidizer. Don't need any of that oxidizer in there. Okay, that was almost all of it. And now we need to transfer these crew members. So do like this and this. Put this one over here. Transfer crew. Transfer Jebediah. Transfer crew. Transfer Valentina. Transfer crew. Transfer Bob. Look at that, they're all home! Well, not quite yet, but almost. Nice. Now we can ditch this. We have all of our kerbals. In their return capsule, and we have 12 kilometers of Delta V. So we should be totally fine to get back home. Okay, now what we need to do is escape. Queen, are you still in... That feels crazy to call you Queen. Queen Anne, are you still in the... Actually, let's quick save. Are you still in the chat? Because we can go to the tracking station here. Quick save, yes, thank you, Alex. We can go to the tracking station here, and I can show you some of these outer planets. Because we have to go into the tracking station to schedule ourselves a transfer window. Yeah, excellent. We have to go into the thing to find a transfer window here. But while we're here, so outer planets, normally in Kerbal Space Program, you get Moho, Eve. Moho is the Mercury analog, Eve is the Venus analog, Duna is the Mars analog, Dres is like the Ceres, I guess, analog. And then you get Jool, and then you get Elu past Jool. But whenever you install Outer Planets, you get Sarnis, which is a new Saturn analog. This is what Sarnis looks like. Hello? Can you help me out here, buddy? Sarnis. Y'all are in the way. Which is very cool. It has 5 major moons. Hale, Ovok, Elu. Like I said, they put Elu around. Scrooping Clanker. What is that creepy guy you put in the chat here? How goof of a Venus analog is Eve? I've never been to it. Eve is great. I highly recommend going to Eve. It's very fun. Getting back from Eve is the hardest thing you'll ever do in the game. Elu, Slate, those are all the major moons of Sarnis. Oh, and Tecto, which is like a Titan analog. It has like an atmosphere around it. He's from the game Foxhole. I do not know that game. Then you get Erlum, which is the Uranus analog. It's got some small rings around it. It's nice and blue. Erlum has Polta and Prex as moons, and it has Wall and Tall, which this is like a binary moon system where Wall has its own moon, Tall, and they both together orbit around Erlum. Very fun. I would usually say it's a good game, but I don't know anymore. That sounds like a sad day, buddy. Then you have Nidon, which is the Neptune analog. It's kind of like ultraviolet, purpley blue. That's a neat AF. And you have Fatmo, which is like the Triton analog. It looks super cool, actually. And then way out here, you have little tiny Nisi, which is just a little tiny rock of a moon orbiting Nidon. And then past Nidon, you have a new Pluto analog called Plock. And sometimes it orbits within Nidon's orbit, just like Pluto does with Neptune. And Plock has its own moon named Charon, in the same way that you have Charon, or Charon, however you want to say it. That is the moon of Pluto, so too does Plock have Charon. So yeah, those are all the new outer planets. I've never visited any of them except for Saturn and all of its moons. Let's see here. Which one is this counting as the Rhea? It doesn't really matter, actually. What we need to do now is find a transfer. Add an alarm. You can kill this one. Add an alarm. We need a transfer window. Parent is... No, parent is the sun. Oh, shoot. Sun. Origin is Sarnis. Target is Kerbin. Add alarm. And we're going to time warp just a little bit, 400 days or so, until we are in a good transfer window to go from Sarnis to Kerbin. MPE adds analog of Eris and Ceres in the asteroid belt analog. That's fun. What's MPE? Clanker, you have a little NASA icon, a little NASA badge by your username. How'd you get that? And what made you check out our Kerbal Space Program stream? I guess you were just looking for Kerbal Space Program content? Artemis 2? If you want, like, did you have to, like, subscribe or something? If you watched the Artemis 2 stream on Twitch, you got a NASA badge? I want a NASA badge. They give it up for major events too? Oh my god. Okay, the next time they're doing something like that, I need to be made aware. So that I can also get a cool NASA badge, like Clanker. Alrighty, come on now. Artemis 4 will probably have a badge. Yeah, in 2050. Whenever it freaking finally goes. Maybe Artemis 3 will have a badge in 2032, probably. 2028 planned? Yeah, freaking right. There's no way. There's no way that Blue Origin nor SpaceX are going to be ready for Artemis 3. And isn't Artemis 3 supposed to be... Yeah, before budget cuts. Isn't Artemis 3 supposed to be like later this year or something like that? There's no way either of them are going to be ready for Artemis 3, much less for Artemis 4. Alright. Now we have a good transfer window. We can go to RIA, I think. 2027 for Artemis 3, so next year. That's what I thought. By 2032, they will be mining the moon's ice. So they say. Yeah, right. I'll believe it when I see it. Even though there was a report that came out recently. Oh, nope. This is not the one that I wanted. There was a report that came out recently. Real one ship is what I want. That acted like the ice in the craters and the poles on the moon. That felt like the fly in the frog, in the cat, in the dog, in the cow, and the old woman. You know what I mean? You know that song? The ice in the craters on the moon. I can't remember what I said. Anyways, there was a report that acted like there wasn't as much ice there as people were hoping there would be. Unset target, please. And now what we want is to probably add a maneuver here and get out into Saturn's orbit. That'll be good enough. 800 meters per second of delta V. Good lord. Just to get out of Slate's orbit? I guess we're pretty low. Go ahead and line up with the maneuver. And we're going to start burning around 240. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait. No, we should be fine. We're good. No, I think we're good. Right? Apoapsis is increasing? Yes. Okay, we're good. Lord, I almost did that again, I think. This is all flowing correctly, right? Yeah. We might get down to just our core tank, which I've never done on one of these Ares craft. Also, did you rescue them yet? I did rescue them. We got them, and they are up on the ship. We're heading back to Earth now. We're just trying to get out of Slate's monstrous gravity. Okay. What the heck? I'm gonna get out and then encounter Elu. There we go. Okay. Now. Get out of this gravity, please. And we're gonna do... I think I need to do it from here. Nope. From this one. No. Nice. Give me Kerbin, please. Focus view on... That'll be fine for now. Focus view on Kerbin. And we want to set Kerbin as our target. Oh yeah, this is going to be a pain in the butt. What? Why is my transfer so terrible? I time warped to a freaking transfer window. Right now I'm sending parachutes to attach to my rescue mission of a rescue mission of a rescue mission. That sounds about right. What rocket fuel be made out of farts? I guess like liquid methane. Like methane is in farts. It's behind you. You need slower. Prograde be slower. Okay. No, I think like this. Ay, 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 come on now. Or maybe I can do like this. There we go, that's kind of helping. There we go. Excellent. Oh. Okay, we got the thing. Alright. This is going to be a 6-minute burn. 1,000 meters per second, which does not feel like, you know, an insane amount of delta V. Give me this. And let's quick save. Ta-da. Gravity assist? No way. Gravity assists are way too complicated for me. I've never, like, successfully done a good gravity assist. Whoa. Saturn showing off for our final departure. Goodbye, Saturn. I need to burn at 3 and 12. 3 minutes, 12 seconds, something like that. Three minutes and 12 seconds. Everybody say goodbye to Saturn. Bye, Saturn. Right. And our orbit officially has us leaving Saturn. You can go ahead and focus on Kerbin, please. Also, how do you know how long would a thrust burn take? It tells you on the maneuver node. I'll show you on the next one we make. But like, this is the time to approach the maneuver node, and this is the amount of time that you need to burn for on the maneuver node. Alright, getting close. Getting close. And we can use RCS. Okay, we won't use RCS. We'll just very slightly burn our engines so we don't skip over that encounter. There we go. We officially have an encounter with Kerbin. Now we can use our RCS to tweak this so that we approach closer to Kerbin itself. And then we'll make a mid-course correction burn. Aim for... Nah. We'll be fine. We were fine last time. I aimed like... I literally like made contact with the surface. I had no periaps. And we got to the atmosphere very quickly. And we were fine. Okay. Here we go. Everybody say bye to Saturn. Bye, Saturn. Bye, Saturn again. I'm sure Jebediah and Bob are more than happy to say bye to Saturn. They've only been on the surface of Saturn for a few years now. Oh lord, and it is going to take us a hot dang minute to time warp all the way there. But real quick, we can make a maneuver node here, and we can adjust our orbit. Nope. Okay. Where's our maneuver node? Give me this. We need to figure out... Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay, well, whatever. This is going to be close enough. We're going to do, actually, let's make the maneuver node. Let's make it here. Add maneuver. Surface of Saturn, how? We built a probe that like dove down into the atmosphere. And we did blow up. Alright, that'll be good. Also, you can see here, this burn time is 2 minutes down here. That means we're going to have to burn for 2 minutes. You know when to start burning by burning at half that point, because it calculates, like, the maneuver node is right in the middle, and so you want to do half the burn on one side and half the burn on the other side. So you start burning at half of 2 minutes, which will be at exactly 1 minute until our maneuver. Okay, now let us quick save and time warp down to the maneuver. And this is going to take us a hot second. Clinker, have you been playing Kerbal Space Program for very long? And what would you say is your favorite planet? Because out of all of them, I still think Jewel is my favorite. I really am considering. I think the next Kerbal Space Program mission we're going to do is going to be a Jewel 5, where I've never done a Jewel 5, where you actually, like, I've done a mission where I landed on all of the moons of Jewel, but I haven't done a mission where I land kerbals on the surface of every moon and get them back up to the spaceship and then back to Earth. I've never done one of those types of missions before, and would like to do that. And apparently the volumetric clouds mod really makes Lathe and Jewel look really cool. And Parallax Continued, I think, is the mod that also makes all the other moons look really cool. I haven't seen them with those mods installed, so I think it'd be cool to do like a Jewel 5, land on all the different moons. I would have fun with that. And I really like Jewel. Jewel is, I think, my favorite planet. Why does Saturn look so stock while Kerbin is not so stock? It's because I have visual mods installed for Kerbal Space Program, but those visual mods are not applying to the Outer Planets mod planets. There are versions of those visual mods for the Outer Planets mod, but I didn't install those and didn't realize that I needed to. Which is another reason why, like, doing a Jewel 5 will just be a lot prettier. Maybe volume not installed correctly or something. Yeah, no, volume doesn't... I think, like, volume doesn't work with the Outer Planets mod. You have to have a specific version of volumetric clouds for the Outer Planets mod, which apparently there is. I just didn't install it. Oh my god, any old day now. Let's make sure our ship has everything it's going to need to survive re-entry here. Yeah, we should be fine. We should be fine. I would think. What is this? Oh, that's those? I don't need that to be there. These need to go here. And those. And then this one, and then, yeah. So staging is all good. quick save and test the decoupler. That's smart. Even though if the decoupler doesn't work, there's nothing I can do. We're just gonna be screwed. But I did. It is like kind of clipping like that, which might lead to some issues. We'll see what happens. We'll test the decoupler when we need to test the decoupler. There's some visual enhancements mod called Space Potato Visual Enhancements. It adds volumetric auroras. And also I use Argent Gamer's OPM volumetric config. And it adds a really dense blue fog for Tecto. That sounds cool. Yeah, I would love that. But, alas, we've already completed all of our Sarnus missions. If we do more Outer Planets mods missions in the future, then I definitely will look into getting like the visual mods installed correctly for them. But, like I said, the next mission I think we're going to do is a Jewel 5. Ay. We're not even past Saturn's orbit yet. Come on. Any old day now. Look at how tiny the sun is. It's so far away. Also, we had plenty of Delta V. Did not need to be worried about Delta V. What time is it? Midnight? Ugh. Come on, I want to get home. Can we at least be past Saturn's orbit, please? Doing like a Erlem or Nidon mission or a Plock mission, God forbid, would take forever to time warp all the way out there. Better time warp would be needed. I know. I need to freaking figure out better time warp. I've been saying that I need to do that. I can quick save while time warping? That's good to know. Because like I said before, I have it installed. I just am always scared that it's going to make me overshoot. Or break something. And we've invested too much in this mission so far to overshoot or break something. This maneuver is costing us 5 years to complete, I know. We gotta fall all the way back to Kerbin. And we're very high. Also, is it 5 years for this maneuver, or was it 5 years from when we started the mission? Time to periapsis, 3 years, 300 days. It's going to take us 3 years to fall all the way back to Kerbin from this point. Goodness gracious. By the way, if you ever do steal a comet, its comet tail will clip through Kerbin, the moon, and Minmus. The Jebediah files? What are the Jebediah files? You keep on saying comet, and I didn't know that you could get comets in this. Kerbals at Kerbin right now. Old people. I didn't know you could get, like, comets. I knew that you could get, like, asteroids. But are there, like, comets? Like, that actually have tails? I didn't know that. Please, for the love of God, hurry up and get there. The Jeb files are the white blank. What does that mean? Is that like a loading bar? Kerbin is going to complete a whole nother orbit. I guess 2 more orbits before we finally get back there. Oh wait, it's like, yeah, it's like a bar like that. Why is that? Why is it like that? Oh, are those the YouTube emojis? Yes, I think 3 have stable elliptical orbits in the system, and very rarely an interstellar comet can show up. I didn't know that. Oh my gosh. It's just taking forever. I think you need to get permission from Jebediah to unredact the files. Okay. Well, Jebediah is a little preoccupied right now with aging to death. I think that one's Bob, and that one's Valentina. Oh, I think I'm Jebediah right now. Almost past the orbit of Jewel. We have re-established radio communications with Kerbin. That's good to know. At least he dies with a good ending. A good ending. Alright, just one more year. Goodness. I bet you could time warp in real life instead of waiting a long time. Time warp in real life. What is with the orbit? Brennan asks. It's highly elliptical because we're returning from Saturn to land back at home on Kerbin. We rescued our kerbals. Okay, we're moving a little faster now. We finally have picked up a little speed. Falling back closer to the Earth. Closer to the sun. Come on, sun, gravity, pull us. Oh, it's getting bigger. Oh, thank God. Finally. We're gonna make this last little correction burn. Oh. Whew. We're gonna make this last little correction burn so that we actually impact Kerbin. Oh, and you know what? We're gonna make a different correction burn, actually. Add maneuver. Because I want to land on the daylight side. $900 meters. Periapsis. That's probably fine. Nice. Okay. And now let's line up with our maneuver. You don't need RCS for that. Retrograde it? No way. Retrograde when you enter Kerbins? No. We'll be fine. We're gonna be fine. Don't worry, buddies. Okay. Quick save and time warp to the maneuver, please. This is gonna be a 2-minute and 10-second burn. So we'll burn at 1 minute 5 seconds. You hope you have a good landing. We are about to, finally. Kepler's first law. What is that? If you install the free IVA mod and you spin your ship, it might create artificial gravity. That is true. There are all kind of like spinning. Oh, that was first time chat for Fake Florida Man. Hey, Fake Florida Man. I just retrograde when you. I just like glazed over your comment, which would be normally super helpful, but we're gonna be totally fine. We have enough re-entry heating, shielding to survive this re-entry. Even though we're gonna be re-entering at about 12 kilometers per second, we'll be fine. And yes, free IVA, if you make spinning parts, it does create artificial gravity. I need to reinstall free IVA, but I never really... I had it installed and I never really used it anyway, so... Okay, any old thing now. Oh, we can time warp this, I forgot. And we'll make our periapsis 200 meters. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Okay, let's see here. We have a heat shield, right? I think so. Probably. I would imagine so. Modded retrograde when you're close, so it slows. Nope. We're going in at full speed. I think you have enough fuel to capture into Kerbal orbit. I think we do too. But we're, like I said, we're gonna go in full speed. Is my periapsis still? No. Periapsis needs to be 3 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Our periapsis is 90 meters. That should be fine. Quick save, thank you. We will quick save. And then we'll do this actually. Can we see Kerbin yet? We can, there it is. Our home. We're back finally. I feel like Ronald is right. Quick save just in case. We did quick save just now. We're finally home. Jebediah and Bob are finally back. Valentina has rescued them from the horrendous surface of Slate. Alright. Let's time warp just a little closer. What's our altitude right now? Yeah, just a little closer. Okay, and at about 100 kilometers... No, we're going to do a little sooner than that. At 200 kilometers... Uh-oh, wait. I need this, thank you. We're coming in very fast here. Let's go ahead and undock, actually. We'll do that, and then we will point... Retrograde... Uh-oh. That's not good. We don't want to jettison the heat shield. Uh-oh. You know what? We're gonna be fine, actually. It's gonna be fine, guys. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. But that decoupler is not decoupling. It's gonna be fine, I think. We're gonna come in just a little bit hot, and it's gonna be fine. Your heat shield is cooked. Very fast, very fast, very fast. Yeah, we're just coming in a little fast. It's gonna be fine. The decoupler is not decoupling, but if anything, this is just extra heat shielding, right? It could be even extra protection. We're going to hit that atmosphere. Oh, yep, we're hitting that atmosphere right now. Holy God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. We're coming in hot. We're coming in hot, buddies. Good Lord. We're coming in very hot, faster than Artemis 2. Yeah, just a little bit. Like I said, we came in at like 12 kilometers per second. But look at that, we're fine. We're totally fine. See? And we're already cooling off. We can do this and this. And we can deploy these drogue chutes to start slowing ourselves down. Holy God. Look at that. Coming down in a very large plane. Actually, it looks like maybe it's a little hilly down there. All of our kerbals are alive, so that's good. I wonder how many G's we just pulled. And we can go ahead and jettison this heat shield, if it'll let me. Jettison heat shield, excellent. And we can deploy our main chutes. Is Jesus on board the mission? He is in spirit. There goes our heat shield. Bye, heat shield. You served us very well. And we're coming in for a nice, gentle landing. Oh! The heat shield did not come in for a gentle landing. Are those only drogue chutes? The drogue chutes are these ones, and the main chute's just deployed, so we're coming in at a nice smooth 6 meters per second. We'll be fine. We're just gonna time warp a little bit to go ahead and get down there. And look at these like this like steppe landscape. It's like prairies. .7, yeah, we'll be fine. Look at all these little cactuses. Cute. 6.7, okay, no. Somebody ban Clanker. We almost came down on this prickly pear bush. Ta-da! After 10 long years, Jebediah, Valentina, whoa, and Bob are all back on the surface of Kerbin. They're home. Valentina successfully rescued them. They can take their helmets off and breathe in the fresh air finally. Congrats, Jebediah is safe. Whoa. Ta-da! They did it! Alright, buddies. We made it home. We rescued Jebediah and Bob. Take surface sample for funny. Sure. Why not? Oh, they can't. Why can they not? Oh, because I'm not controlling them. Let's see. Take surface sample. Oh, I took the neck ring off. Whoops. Take surface sample. Surface sample from Kerbin's deserts. Lots of sand and rock here. You're thankful that you've been in a climate-controlled environment because it sure looks hot out there. The sand is dry and loose, and it looks like it's going to take some effort to clean your gear afterwards. Nice. Alright, thanks so much for watching, buddies. Appreciate you. We will be playing James Bond this weekend. James Bond comes out. And maybe some other surprise games, and then it might be a while before we actually do our Jewel 5 mission. But Jewel 5 is going to be the next Kerbal Space Program stream. So we'll see you then. Goodbye!